quickening.
EA Games.
Challenge everything.
Day 007. 24 hours ago, Oxford scientist Katya Nadanova was kidnapped while demonstrating top-secret nano-robot technology. We've tracked her to this facility. You are to secure the doctor and destroy the nanobot prototypes. Good luck, and remember, this isn't a game.
soon blind the giant.
Gods, hear our cries and show mercy to your poor children.
Truly, you are an unlucky prince. Of man. Nature does not mold such monsters. Your army is outnumbered. One Eyes are defeated. Now to hunt the rest of the jackals. Your favorite sport, Kai. They crawl onto the earth like worms.
Lord Kaim, now is the time to topple the Empire and avenge our king! Kheim risks his life in battle. Come, soldiers, stand by his side!
This is the battle to end all human battles. I pray that it will be so.
If that truck is allowed to enter the city, there's no telling how many innocent people will die. You're our only hope, James.
Final Fantasy XI, a game so large, so encompassing, so revolutionary that all could not be revealed at once. Last month you learned about the world inside. Now prepare yourself, because the time has come to fully unveil Final Fantasy XI and the technology that gives it life.
かれこれ10作以上ファイナルファンタジーシリーズってのは続いてますけど
Well, up to now, we've made 10 games in the Final Fantasy series. With the evolution of the hardware that allow people to play with each other over the internet, you can do something new and take on a new challenge and introduce new ideas into the concept of gameplay.
普通のゲームだったらね1年半か2年ぐらいだけど
Up to now, massive multiplayer online games were just basically for PC users, and we wanted the console users, people who play on the PlayStation 2, to enjoy what an MMORPG game is all about.
Each Final Fantasy game has always been a step ahead with an eye towards the future. So it comes as no surprise that Final Fantasy XI is not only the first game to use the new PlayStation 2 hard disk drive, but also the first game to come with it.
世界で生活すること。
With any ongoing world, you will have changes that keep taking place and have the world continue to evolve. In order to keep it fresh for the player, you need a rewritable memory device. So for Final Fantasy XI, we felt we needed to use the new hard disk drive, rather than just making it a packaged game on one DVD that can't ever be changed. We realized that the hard disk drive was essential to really make Final Fantasy XI interesting.
To increase player population and to make the game truly ubiquitous, Final Fantasy XI will be released on both the PlayStation 2 and the PC. Wherever travels and work may take you, Final Fantasy XI will always be within reach.
If you have both the PC version and the PS2 version, you can use the same account on either. So no matter where you log on from, whether it's a net cafe, whether it's from my company PC or at home on the PS2 version, they all can log on to the same information, and basically it's just a different portal to the same world.
Final Fantasy XI was conceived and developed in Japan, but its users in America are as fervently dedicated as those in the game's homeland.
The programmers from the outset had built the game so that US and Japanese players would be able to play in the same world together. Personally, I am very excited, and my other programmers are very excited about the idea of doing this because it's something totally new. And we will strive to keep this interaction going by continuing to make sure that the game runs smoothly for both the Japanese and US audiences.
We've gone to great lengths to keep the Japanese version and the English version exactly the same. So our translators have to translate simultaneously with the teams as they write the Japanese text and keep everything synchronized exactly so that from now on, every time there's an expansion pack added, the release is simultaneous in both the Japanese and US markets.
In this game, where community and communication play defining roles, your success may depend on bridging the language barrier.
For people who don't speak the same language, we strove to add a simple phrasebook dictionary, an automatic translation system where you can type a key phrase, press a key, and the words will appear in the correct language on the other person's screen. So even if you don't know enough of someone's language, you can still communicate with each other. In Final Fantasy XI, rather than just having the chats be plain text on screen, we've added the emotes, which are like emotional movements or reactions that you can do on top of your simple chatting. So for instance, when you say hello to someone, you can choose to add a wave, or you can be formal and add a proper bow.
The ultimate power of the internet ushers in unlimited possibilities of an alternate world where players' interactions extend beyond physical borders, across countries and continents. With Play Online, there are no boundaries.
Play Online will come with every game that we release in the future that will be online on the PlayStation 2, and just to enable people to communicate with each other. The concept of Play Online was a gathering place for a little town. So what is in there is a chat system and a messaging system, and even if they're inside different games, you can send short messages to them to say that you're online or that you'll soon be joining them.
So the Play Online system is all about sharing and messaging, like having a friend list that you can use to talk and communicate with people.
As the game progresses, time carries on and the world changes. But don't worry, you won't be left behind.
Final Fantasy XI will have content that's downloaded by the user about every 2 months. There'll be new quests, new missions, some adjustments to the game, maybe tweak something up, tweak something down to make everything feel more balanced. It'll be an automatic download once you log into the Final Fantasy.
No bounds, no limits. As the audience and its world grows and expands, technology leads the way.
Basically, about 1 million characters have been created, and over 100,000 people are playing at any given time. Of course, this is by no means the limitation of the hardware. We're always working on increasing the size cap for each server so more people can play together.
Even in this vast RPG universe, friends can meet and play together in the same online environment. With a World Pass, you're in control.
Final Fantasy XI utilizes the World Pass system. If you have friends in the real world or other friends that you've met online that you want to play together with, then you buy a World Pass. It's actually inside the game, but you speak to a non-player character who would actually sell and issue these special passwords to you. Then you just give this password to your friend and get them to input it when they create a character, which allows them to enter that world server.
There is still one crucial element breathing life into this game. You cannot see it, yet it affects the tone and mood and very essence of Final Fantasy XI as profoundly as anything else: the soundtrack.
My approach to creating the music for this online community and game was to find the right balance. Because there are all kinds of people from different backgrounds, different cultures, and different worlds, I wanted to be fair to everyone who is living and breathing and listening to the music. That is the one thing for this game that I am most proud of. The music can be listened to and appreciated by all gamers.
もともとゲーム音楽っていうのはそのゲームの画面ありき、中身ありきの
Generally speaking, with video game music you have this visual thing in front of you, and I guess you try to match up the music so that it fits the color and the personality of the game itself. But for Final Fantasy XI, since this is a world that exists online, I brought myself inside as if I was one of the party members living in Vanadil, and I looked at the kinds of music or sound I would be hearing as a person who is actually living there.
が聴いても違和感がないような曲ってのを
This being Final Fantasy, I wanted to make sure that our gamers who have followed the series would not be put in a position where they felt uncomfortable by a different style of music. I wanted to somehow maintain the styles already known and have the music be borderless, free of country lines and languages.
Fantasy XI has redefined the RPG genre and opened an entirely new realm in video gaming possibilities. Online play, transoceanic gamers, a transcending soundtrack, and updating features that continually present new material. With this game, technology has been seized and a new pinnacle has been reached.
What was once solely a professional communications device has grown into a peripheral that is finding a growing number of uses in many fields, especially in the world of video gaming. The headset enables players to be more immersed and involved while keeping those hands free.
The development of a USB headset for PlayStation 2 really came from the need in SOCOM.
We really were looking for something dynamic, people to connect, talk to each other, and be able to have that sense of community.
SOCOM was the first game to include voice on PlayStation, and it wasn't just doing voice chat, it was also doing voice recognition, which was quite a key feature set for the game.
It allowed you to get in there and give your teammates commands, allowed you to interact with the game instead of just sending text messages. You can talk to other people, you can communicate with them and create team strategies.
We also added in a single player component that allowed you to have voice recognition capabilities as well.
Headsets can do a lot for your skill set as well, but first you need to know how to get hooked up.
And with the USB headset or with the SOCOM headset, all you have to do is plug it into the console and you're really good to go.
We have software which will either recognize the input that you're saying, or it will take your voice and compress it down to something which can be sent over to the internet and heard by people on the other side.
No matter how you speak, no matter which way you want to talk, as long as you don't whisper, it'll pick up your voice very, very easily and it'll work within the game set very well.
From an anthropological perspective, the new USB headset for PlayStation 2 is simply an extension of man's desire to communicate. From a gaming standpoint, it's about precision and control.
Speech is man's oldest form of communication, and so it really makes a lot of sense to bring that as another way of interacting with games.
The wide variety of genres that we do have on the PlayStation 2 console, and there are a lot of games coming out that are going to utilize the headset. It's really something that's caught on, and I think a lot of it's attributable to the success of SOCOM and really the unveiling of this community aspect.
In their quest to help players reach out and touch someone, Logitech and Sony teamed up to create a new and improved version of the headset.
Working with Sony on this process was great, bringing out the new headset.
It has a built-in volume control on the cord, so you can adjust it. It also has a mute button. If you need a moment of privacy in certain games, you can just hit the mute button and then no one else will hear you talking. The boom mic's a little more comfortable. So it really takes all the advantages of the SOCOM headset and adds on top of that, creates a better package.
If you're a SOCOM owner and you own the SOCOM headset, it will be usable with all headset compatible titles from now on, as will the USB headset that we are launching right now.
There are a lot of action games out there, and this is something that I think really put it, one step above.
Using a USB headset and voice recognition really allowed us to do something which had never been done before.
Really, the doors have just opened now in terms of what can be done with headsets and voice and video games.
If you want a good look at what's behind that door, check out the demo on this month's disc for a video game that uses the headset as the primary controller. If you want to survive in Lifeline, you need to make yourself perfectly clear.
Lifeline takes place in the near future. You are aboard Space Station Hotel. A big explosion rocks the place. Monsters coming out of nowhere start eating and attacking the guests. You're in a control room and you're trapped. And you notice someone making a distress call from the security room. So you flip on the monitor and there's the character Rio, who actually becomes the main character for the entire game.
But Rio needs your help to navigate through the station, and you guide her efforts by talking to her.
You're gonna get into situations with Rio, the main character, and you're gonna have to talk to her. She needs your guidance, and you know things that she won't know. You have to tell her if someone's behind her. You have access to cameras around the space station. She doesn't.
You now have a need to know. The more efficient you are at commanding Rio, the better off you'll be at playing Lifeline. You'll discover certain phrases and keywords will speed your search.
Keywords are the main driving force of Rio. If you've discovered something by maybe telling Rio, maybe you never knew that she could dodge, but you tell her to dodge in combat, and she does it. In Lifeline, a fast talker might get through the game a little quicker, but the real key to finishing the game successfully is to know what to say and when, and that requires you to think before you speak.
This immersive game about a future world articulates what's happening in the present video gaming world.
This is the only game in North America that is controlled primarily through the microphone headset. And right there, that opens up a whole realm of possibilities.
It's all of these possibilities that make the advent of the new USB headset for PlayStation 2 a defining marker in the evolution of gaming technology.
It could be used for karaoke type games, could be used for strategy games. It really has a pretty broad potential for what you can do with it.
Rather than just sort of sitting back with your thumbs on a game controller, now you can really interact with people directly.
It actually offers you, I think, the opportunity to interact a lot more with the game. You become more one with the game rather than just kind of controlling it.
For one thing, it inspires game creators to go take a chance.
Winner of a coveted gold award from Famitsu, Japan's leading game magazine. From the developers of the international hit Disgaea comes the heart-rending anime coming-of-age story starring a darling 16-year-old demon hunter in need of a serious attitude adjustment. Welcome to the world of La Pucelle Tactics. Journey through a treacherous medieval Europe in this occult tale of betrayal and double cross. When your smart mouth gets you into trouble, only smarter tactics and a fierce band of allies get you out. Cell Tactics, coming 2004.
There's no such thing as a simple operation anymore. This next assignment comes to us through the USDEA. They had a massive uptick in Colombian cocaine coming in through the West Coast, and they have a sneaky suspicion it has something to do with our friends in the MFLC. Before you get your knickers in a twist over doing the DEA's work for them, remember, this is how the MFLC is bankrolling itself. If we cut off their drug money, they're going to run out of bullets. Now, you may be asking yourself where we come in. The answer is simple. We've got good working data back from that beacon you slapped on the chopper in Tatacoa. HQ believes that our man Lever is sitting right on top of that cocaine pipeline, and now he's conveniently showed us where it is. So, you get to go in and shut off the flow of narcotics. Find out how they're shipping those drugs out and render it inoperable. While you're at it, make sure you ensure the safety of the civilians in the village Lever's using. We're the good guys here, and that means making sure that the locals don't get caught in the crossfire. Remember, our job is to save these people. There's no such thing as a simple operation.
We're gone. Goodbye. In position. Goodbye. Moving out. Moving out. We got wounded. Need a medic. Man down. He's history.
Me rindo!
Prisoner secured.
conduct a brief training session on how to use the microphone before beginning the main portion of the game. Adjust the microphone so that it is located 2 to 3 centimeters from your mouth. The position of the microphone is crucial to its ability to pick up your voice correctly. Once the microphone is properly adjusted, try speaking normally. Use the circle button on the controller when speaking. Hold the circle button down while speaking, as you would when using a transceiver. Try pronouncing the items written in the middle of the screen. Good! Now try the next one. Great! Now try the next one. Excellent! You have now learned the basics of operating the microphone. Next, we'll explain how to give commands. Try giving an order to the character in the center of the screen. As before, hold the button down while speaking. Excellent! Can you see that the character is walking? Now use the same technique to get the character to run. Great! Okay, try stopping now. Excellent! Next, let's try identifying a destination. Great! Let's check it out. Great! Let's check it out. Great! Now move back from the table. Great! When giving vocal commands, the best technique is to combine nouns and verbs. Let's remember some battle commands. Next, when the enemy is detected, we will automatically move to the scene of battle. Carefully observe the enemy while giving commands. Let's try making an actual attack. Great! 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 Multiple orders can be used in combination. Great! Good! Great! 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 In combat, orders must be given to determine where to strike the enemy. The relevant portion of the enemy appears at the bottom of the screen. Good! The enemy has weak spots. Progress can be made by attacking these weak spots. Carefully time your attacks on weak spots. Great! These are the last items you should be aware of when giving commands. When recognition is poor, pay close attention to the following points. 1. Use proper timing when pressing and releasing the microphone button. 2. Use the proper voice volume. 3. Use clear pronunciation. This concludes the tutorial.
Is someone there? There's no reply. So where should I begin checking? Tell me, please. What is it? What is it? I am stopped. Yes. Yes. The table. Okay. Oops. I missed. Are you talking about that? It's a basic coffee cup. I guess you're stumped too, operator. JSL Station Hotel. It's a pamphlet of this hotel. There doesn't appear to be anything special. It's a real antique, this camera. It's manual focus. I guess you're stumped too, operator. I can't use it, and it's not necessary. Okay, I understand. Yes. This is the living room. The table. Okay. Okay, I understand. Yes. Phew. Okay, I'll leave. There's nothing here. Let's check elsewhere.
We will conduct a brief adjust the mic. The position of the once the microphone is properly used, hold the circle. Try pronouncing the items written in the middle of the screen. Bad. Good. Now try the next one. Good. Now try the next one. Great. You have now learned. Next, try giving as before. Hold the button. Excellent! Can you see that the character is walking? Now use the same technique. Excellent! Okay, try good. Next, let's try identifying good. Let's check it out. Bad. Excellent! Let's check it out. Great! Now move back from the table. Bad. 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 Good. When giving vocal command, let's press next. When the enemy is detected, carefully observe the. Let's try making an action. Good. 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 Multiple orders can be used in combination. Great! Good! Great! Great! Good! In combat, the relevant portion of the enemy appears at the bottom of the screen. Great! The enemy has weak spots. Progress can be made by attack. Carefully time your attacks on good. These are the last items when recognition is 1. Use proper timing when pressing and releasing the microphone button. 2. Use the proper voice volume. 3. Use clear pronunciation. This concludes the tutorial.
Is someone there? There's no reply. So where should I begin checking? Tell me, please. Yes. The table. Okay. I'll go out into the hallway. There's nothing here. Let's check elsewhere. The table. Okay. It's a basic coffee cup. Do you mean drink the coffee? I don't think this is a good time. Huh? It's just an ordinary chair. There doesn't appear to be anything special. We are a 5-star hotel serving only the most distinguished guests. We hope you enjoy your stay. It's true. Ordinary people couldn't afford this hotel. It's a real antique, this camera. It's manual focus. Okay, I understand. Yes. Is he actually watching me? The emergency panel. Okay. This is the emergency panel. Emergency tools are stored in here. I'm pretty certain that there's a key for the hallway shutters in here. That's strange. It looks like someone's already taken it. What else? There's nothing else that needs checking. The save point, okay. There doesn't appear to be anywhere worth checking. Let's check somewhere else. Yes. Okay, I'll leave. There's nothing here. Let's check elsewhere. Yes. The dresser. Okay. Yes? Huh? The bed, okay? It's an ordinary bed, but with soft springs in it for low gravity use. Huh. I wonder what this is. Hey! A heal capsule! There doesn't seem to be anything else. The dresser. Okay. I don't see anything that looks especially strange. By the bed. Okay. There doesn't seem to be anything else. Let's check somewhere else. The dresser. Okay. What is that instruction? I don't know what I want to get changed out of this outfit. I checked that earlier. It's fine. I don't see anything that looks especially strange. You're awfully slow with instructions. I don't see anything that looks especially strange. So I should run, okay? The dresser. Okay. Which one should I check? I checked that earlier. It's fine. It's already open. It's okay. We can leave it open. Huh. This is a chip. Let's take this. Okay, I understand. The bathroom. Okay. What? Take a shower? Not in your lifetime. Is my face dirty? I'll wash it later. It's an ordinary washstand. There's nothing unusual. Under the sink? Oh, here's the shutter key.
If you've been paying attention to the latest trends in gaming, then you've already heard of the iToy. It takes the controller out of your hands and puts you into the TV set. This gaming device was developed by Sony Computer Entertainment's London studio and Dr. Richard Marks, and is constantly evolving and changing the way people play games.
The inspiration behind the creation of iToy was to make games more interactive and open to a wider audience. So by the iToy controller, you can just use your body as the interface. It's so easy to play. Kids and their parents and even grandparents like to try it. They're not inhibited by the complex controller and not understanding what they're supposed to do. Everyone's kind of on an equal playing field. My background is in computer vision and image processing, and it's really neat to be able to see this kind of technology applied in a completely new game interface domain. So here's Hurricane. You can see it kind of mixes the graphics.
The future success of iToy is tied to expanding our ideas of what a game interface can do.
We really see the iToy as a kind of extension of the PlayStation platform in the long run. It's really an example of a path we're on to really see a new kind of interface evolve for gaming. Gestural recognition, facial recognition, tracking of your body, all these kind of things are going to be part of the future of games.
To give developers a sneak peek of what the future holds, researchers create technical demonstrations or tech demos.
A tech demo is just a small PlayStation program authored by people in our research group. It's like a small game. We just want to create an experience and see how that feels and what it's like. The tech demos aren't quite as flashy graphics-wise as most games are because we don't have the time or resources to devote to that. But they usually have kind of one core idea that really shows something we think would be a great game idea. So we try to show our tech demos as much as possible to the game developers and inspire them to make real games around ideas that we try to mock up. In our lab already, we have tons of different tech demos that show kind of different things you could do with iToy. For example, a wand-based game where you move a magic wand to cast magic spells. If I cast a spell, then I go invisible. See, I can hide. We have a virtual pet game where you move these colored balls around and a virtual pet comes and lands on the balls and you can interact with them that way. We have a game that's a photo editing tool that uses our CLAM interface. We have real-time image filtering, that, like many kinds of image processing programs people have tried out for photos. We can do that in real time and do it with live video. These are all things that people have never seen in the public, and I'm really hoping that the developers really kind of step up and pick up some of these ideas and make great games out of them the way that current developers made great games that are out there now.
One of those great games that utilizes this technology is the iToy Groove, a dancing game that plays to a different beat.
The dancing experience with iToy Groove really is a lot different from a lot of other dancing games out there. You actually see yourself on the TV now. The iToy USB camera puts you on the TV. It also tracks your body movement, and it offers a different level of gameplay than simply just pressing buttons. You know, you have artists like Madonna, Jamiroquai, Fatboy Slim. You also have classic artists such as Kool and the Gang and the Village People. So there's really a broad range there that should appeal to everybody.
So there's tons of great music, but how does dancing become a game?
The iToy experience for iToy Groove extends beyond just simply button presses. It really requires you to move your body, and the more you move, the more points you get. You would try to touch these targets that fly out from the center to these different target areas, and depending upon when you hit it, you get more points for it. The challenges are a lot more sophisticated than any other dancing game can offer. And that's just the single-player experience. There's a multiplayer experience, which is huge also. iToy Groove actually allows you to play at the same exact time. So you can either play together and try to finish the round, or it can also allow you to play against each other as well. So you would be able to battle your opponent trying to see who can dance the best, and it really encourages people in the audience now to get up and play with you, as opposed to just watching. What the developers done also, they've incorporated a dynamic mode, which basically monitors how well you play, and it adjusts the difficulty as you play on the fly. So the better you are, the harder it gets. iToy Groove really is much, much different, much more immersive dancing game experience. So when you think iToy Groove, you think great music, great dancing, and just a great iToy experience.
If you want to be one of the few to actually test drive the next generation of iToy experiences, check out the tech demos included on this disc and keep an eye out for iToy Groove.
So this is a demonstration of a magic wand game, and again it uses color tracking and also motion detection and gesture recognition. So the first thing I have to do is tell it which color I want it to track, and I want it to track the color of my wand. You can use any kind of bright colored object you might have in your house, and the one we're going to use is this ball. A ball would work best, so a tennis ball or something like that might work. So what you have to do is you have to hold the ball in the very center and push the X button. You'll see the circle, and you want to fill your colored object up inside the circle there, and then let go. And now it's going to track that colored object. So when I twiddle my fingers over the object, it kind of activates it. That's the activation of the magic. And then when I draw a shape with it, one of the PlayStation symbols, that's going to recognize the gesture of what spell I want it to cast. So if I do a circle, that's the fire spells. So then I can cast the magic fireball spell, and I can shoot it out of my wand here. So we have a lot of different gestures. So if I twiddle my fingers again to activate it, then I draw a square this time. I get the air spells this time. So you can cast a spell right away and I get the tornado spell, or I can wait and let it get more power and then I'll get the hurricane spell. So here's hurricane. You can see it kind of mixes the graphics and the video together here. You get the kind of movie special effects. And one of the neat things is when we first demonstrated this, we had two PlayStations hooked together, and we were dueling each other. So I'd cast a spell at somebody, and they'd cast a spell back at me. And they'd see the spell effect on me, and I'd see the spell effect on them. And we did it over the network. So one of the other controls you have to do on this demonstration is if you step off camera and take a picture of the scene without you in it, like this, by pressing the L1 button, then it takes a snapshot of the background. And then with that, you can do all sorts of neat special movie kind of effects. So one of the secret shapes we had in the game was this kind of upside down triangle. Let's see if I can get this upside down triangle drawn here. That's the mind spells. And if I cast a spell, then I go invisible. You can see I can kind of fade it right out. And I'm kind of only partially visible here. And that's done because we have this backdrop picture of me, of the room without me. And like I said, when we demonstrated this the first time, we had a counter spell for every spell. So if somebody cast invisibility on themselves, you could counter that with the true sight spell. So I'd cast the true sight spell, and then I'd get like my little eyeball that would bring him out, and then I could see. So for the tech demos, a lot of the time we don't have very many art resources, so a lot of it has to be programmer art. So we do lots of spells that are kind of programmer arty, like the California spell, as we call it, or earthquake. Not a whole lot of artwork needed here. And I also try to do as many kind of spell effects as I can that just use image processing. So then one of the other fire spells, if you wait and let it build up more power, you'll get the scorch spell instead of the fireball spell. And that's kind of like this. It's kind of cool fire effect. And there's all the PlayStation symbols, and there's also some secret symbols I'll let you try to find. And again, that's showing color tracking, motion detection, and gesture recognition all in kind of one big demo together.
So this is we wanted to have kind of a real-time video effects kind of processing, like kind of the effects you might see in a image editing program on a PC. So this is an embossing effect, and if you just hit the R1 button, you cycle through all the different effects, or you can just let them cycle through on their own over time, and they'll do that. This is kind of a color tracking one, and if I tell it to track this color like I have before, then you see little sparkles coming out of the color, and actually that paints in the color of the scene, so I can kind of bring the color of the backdrop in by just painting it with that object I'm tracking. And it's actually the little sparkles that are doing the painting. So if I clear it back to gray, you can see wherever the sparkles are, that actually is what's painting the scene. It's kind of like a spray brush or something. So this is a color quantization effect to give you kind of an oil painting effect. It's hard to do on video because you get that kind of shimmer. This is a kind of a weird black light filter, which leaves certain colors one color and leaves certain colors longer. Just gives you kind of a nightclub feel or something. This is just a blur effect to give you kind of a very blurry image. This is a edge detection effect, so you can just see the edges in the scene highlighted. This is another kind of an edge detection effect. Gives you kind of a weird, almost woodblock filter. This is a background subtraction effect, so if I step off the camera again, take a picture, pushing the L1 button as before, now I have this kind of subtraction of the live video from this snapshot. And that's why you can see just me kind of highlighted. And with that, you can do these kind of fake green screen effect. It's hard to do in this kind of low light situation here, but let me try that again with picture. Not going to get a good enough picture here. And with that, you can do target tracking. So you can see it's kind of putting a crosshairs on me, so that's how we can do some tracking if we would want. You can also do motion blur, like is in the Kung Fu game already. And with the motion blur and the color quantization mixed together, you get this kind of color bleed effect where it just looks like the colors of my body bleed from one place to the next, which is kind of a neat effect. This is a spider's effect, so these little spiders just kind of bounce around moving, and they stick to my face. So if I move my hand up here and wipe them off, now they're stuck to my hands, and I move them around. You can kind of, this is a fun one to do. You can push them onto your friend and leave them in there one of my favorite things to do with this one is to get them on my face and then come up real close. Get a kind of crazy effect. So this is the raw chrominance output of the camera. You can see it's kind of blocky because the video has to be compressed on the camera. And this is the other chrominance, again, blocky and grainy because of being compressed on the camera. This is kind of a weird, like, liquidy filter that we made. It just when you move past stuff, it looks kind of liquidy as you go past something. These are all just neat effects for no real purpose whatsoever. And this one, let me take that picture again. See, this is kind of like a hollow filter. I look hollow inside. So maybe we'll cut that one. One other thing that you can do, we can show with this, is that the video is actually just a texture to the PlayStation. So we can actually do anything we want with that video. So I can take that video and put it on lots of different polygons and move it all sorts of crazy ways. And I can even drive through it and get all these kind of weird tunnel effects. And again, it's just a texture. You could have it on thousands of different polygons in your game if you wanted to. It doesn't matter.
New program executed. That is what I'm talking about. Excellent. Terminated. Exceptional. Piece of cake. No problem. Where you get off. Fantastic. Destroy the engine to capture it. I don't think so. You're fired. Circle around the building.
Roger that. Weapon missiles incoming! Damn it, it's using the Sentinel for cover!
Terminated. Stay with the command ship.
Roger that. We've got a Sentinel in the building!
Energy level critical.
I'm gonna circle around.
Excellent. System failure.
The PlayStation Underground is out on the town in Tempe, Arizona. We've tracked down a man of many talents and interests. He's a rock and roller with a streak of geek in him. We present Robin Wilson of the Gin Blossoms, a not-so-typical lead singer of a rock and roll band.
My hobbies include video games and comic books, and I collect action figures, and I run a recording studio. That's a pretty big hobby. I have several hundred action figures, a lot of Batman villains and stuff from McFarlane Toys, and a lot of stuff comic book related, like old Spider-Man figures. And then I also collect lunchboxes. I have about 150 vintage metal lunchboxes.
All of these hobbies and collections may be interesting, but Robin's #1 hobby is, of course, video gaming.
I've been playing video games since I worked at an arcade in the early 1980s. I've had pretty much all the major console systems, but PS2 is the only one I have right now, and I really love the machine, and I love the games. I take the thing everywhere with me. I travel with it all over the States. So it's my main hobby. Ever since having a baby, I only have time for one hobby, and it's video games. My favorite PlayStation 2 games include Metal Gear Solid, War of the Monsters, Ratchet & Clank, Need for Speed, Hot Pursuit 2, and Midnight Club 2. Recently, I've been playing Soul Calibur and Ico and Music Maker.
Nothing too odd with those choices, but what makes Robin different is where he plays these games. This guy's a true wandering minstrel.
Since the summer of '92, I've done about 300 dates on the road, and I've had my PlayStation with me in at least 100 different hotels, a bunch of different buses. I played in the dressing room, take it to my wife's aunt's house. The best advice I can share with the gaming audience is if you're going to travel with your PlayStation, bring an extension cord, an RF adapter, and AV cables, and then you're going to need some tip money for the hotel engineer.
The Gin Blossoms hit Hey Jealousy is already included in Konami's Karaoke Revolution, so we asked Robin what ideas would go into his version of a touring rock and roll band's video game.
If there was a Gin Blossoms Robin Wilson video game, the overall object of the game would be to play as many county fairs as you can in 1 month and to keep the band from breaking up. And actually, that would be the title of the game, too. Gin Blossoms: Keep the Band from Breaking Up.
While he was trying to keep things together, we asked Robin to compare two of his major interests.
I guess there are probably a bunch of parallels between the gaming industry and the music industry. Certainly, I'm a fan of some of these creators and these publishers in the same way that in music you buy records when you like certain groups. But, you know, everybody finds something different to get geeked out about. And since I'm a professional musician, it's hard for me to get geeked out about music like I used to be when I was much younger. So for me, I get my yayas out with video games.
And Robin, anytime you're ready.
待て。その男は私が倒す。
ガルガント。
久しぶりだな、左之助。
お前を信長には絶対合わせん。
佐賀之助か。
Analysis has the laser prototype that you brought back. Their initial reports are inconclusive. However, the dossier you downloaded indicates the laser is some sort of mind control device.
Mind control? That doesn't make sense. I was using it to blow fuse boxes in Monte Carlo.
Yes, the prototype itself was missing two critical components that made it operational in its brainwashing capacity. The first was a series of prisms that diffused the laser's strength. It's these prisms that turn a high-powered beam of energy and heat into a strobing light that immediately reduces the victim to a hypnotic state. Impressive technology, especially considering it was designed in the 15th century.
So this is a Rambaldi device?
It appears so. The dossier included the original schematics showing how such a laser could be developed. Included in the designs were mentions of neutrinos, superconducting through optics, ideas that didn't even exist in the 1400s.
You said there were two missing components.
The disk you recovered from Jacob's dead drop pointed to the existence of a Rambaldi-designed fuel cell. The chemical engineering was advanced for its time, but also highly unstable. So Rambaldi hid it. He carved out a hollow space in a fossilized bone, then buried it in the deserts of Saudi Arabia.
Anna's been hunting for it for years. The whole reason she seems to have allied herself with Sark and Sloan is to utilize their resources to find it.
And once she does, to give Sloan the opportunity to mass-produce the prototype.
But 2 weeks ago, an archaeological dig beat her to it by accident. They think the bone is an ancient artifact, so they've transferred it to the State Museum for study.
Which is where Anna intended to steal it. Jacob's disk indicated a timetable for the theft. And if we move now, we'll have a 24-hour head start.
There's a trade-off. Without enough time to recon the site, you'll be going in blind. But we'll have Marshall on site to help you bypass any unexpected bumps along the way. We've arranged an alias for you as one of the museum benefactors. Your first priority will be to hack into the inventory mainframe and obtain the location of the bone. Once you have that...
Get the bone and get out before they even notice I'm there.
Exactly.
Sark and Anna still have enough components to restart this operation. If we can acquire this fuel cell before they do, we cut them off at the knees before they're able to re-establish their operations.
I understand.
So even though we'll be seeing each other in the field, I wanted to take a second to review your optech here. Now, according to Anna's specs, sections of the museum are protected by electronic eye security. If you use this beam interrupter, you'll dance past the sensors without them even noticing your ballet slippers. Now, you're also in luck because apparently the fuel cell has... What? What does it have? That's right, neutrinos. And neutrinos are... What? What are what? You know what? Very good. Detectable. You're doing great. Take this signature reader, and once you're in range of the fuel cell, I can lock onto its location and guide you in.
Good evening. My name is Delphine Delacroix on the Board of Benefactors. I have a meeting with your curator regarding the, how do you say, the large donation to the museum my husband has made.
You're not on my schedule, but I'm sure it's just a clerical error. I assume he sent you a key card for a new security system?
But of course. Merci. I can see myself to his office. I don't have a key card. Any suggestions?
Marshall, you're our ears and eyes down there. Can you pick up anything off the building design?
Okay, searching. Bingo! There's a security junction upstairs. If you can reach it, you should be able to knock out the security systems.
Sid, just maintain your alias until you get there. It ought to help you get past the guards.
Quiet night tonight.
past the guards.
Sid, yo, what's up? You have some electronic eyes here. Perfect chance to try the beam interrupter to get past them.
You see a computer terminal. You should be able to hack into the security system and deactivate at least the local network. That should take care of the keycard problem.
Copy. I see a terminal.
All right. You now have clear access to the mainframe room from here.
All clear. All clear. Intruder! Yeah, baby!
The Decepticons have followed the Minicon signal to Earth. Our mission is to locate the Minicons before they do. Megatron has a head start, and his new Decepticlone army substantially outnumber us. Navigate your way to the top of that cliff and survey the area. Respond.
What do you think?
We're picking up enemy activity. It's one of Megatron's new Decepticlone soldiers. Get ready to engage. Let's see how effective those Decepticlones really are. Is that understood?
I got it!
The Decepticlones have found a Minicon and are preparing to load it onto that dropship. Engage the enemy and recover that Minicon. Do you copy?
Totally!
You've rescued a Minicon. Good work. Every Minicon you rescue allows you to access extra functions and use different weapons. Keep your optics open while you're out in the field. Minicons could be anywhere. You can equip new Minicons as you rescue them. If you want to modify your Minicon loadout, return to Autobot HQ via a warp gate. This warp gate appears to be a node in a modified space bridge network. The Minicons created it to travel across Earth. Activate warp gates to log your mission progress. You can also use these to return to Autobot HQ, where you can restore your Energon and modify your Minicon loadout. Did you get that?
Yeah.
We've detected the presence of a Minicon inside that ruined temple. Get in there and rescue it. Decepticlones are nearby. Acknowledge.
What do you think?
We've picked up a Decepticon warp signal from the other side of the river. It's Cyclonus. You must cross at the top of the waterfall. Convert into vehicle mode to speed up the operation. Transform and roll out. Do you read me?
I'm all over it.
This is my destiny, only child. Come on and rescue me, 'cause I'm wild. This is my selection, but I'm sure not looking for deception like before. This is my destiny.
In the gaming world, if anyone mentions the name Hideo Kojima, Metal Gear Solid is bound to come up in the conversation. Currently, the latest installment of Metal Gear Solid, Snake Eater, is in the works. It will extend the legacy of the game's designer, developer, and producer. Born in Tokyo and raised near Kobe, Mr. Kojima is an interesting blend of Renaissance man and high-tech guru. The PlayStation Underground traveled to Tokyo to get a more detailed portrait of the man who would be Solid Snake.
I never thought of working in the video game industry. Actually, as a child, I wanted to become an astronaut, or I wanted to become a naturalist, and I always enjoyed watching film. But the Japanese film industry is very closed, it's feudalistic. Right around then, I ran into the home computer, and I started playing video games, and that's when I started thinking about working in the video game industry.
Kojima-san landed a job at Konami Entertainment, working in the home computer department. There he created the first Metal Gear in 1987. Snatcher and Police Knots followed a few years later. With the release of Metal Gear Solid for the PlayStation in 1998, the gaming world could not help but notice the birth of a star.
And back before Metal Gear Solid, my games were for the Japanese market only, so I never thought about the rest of the world. But once Metal Gear Solid came out, I had to start thinking about fans all over the world, so that's a big change.
Part of that change is raising the bar of expectations and imagination when creating a great game.
I have to make sure that the people out there enjoy what I create. There are all kinds of people all over the world that will be playing my game. Figuring out what people would possibly enjoy is what's very challenging, but at the same time very fun about creating video games. Making people feel that something is beautiful or something is very scary, that's the easy part. What's difficult is making people feel that what they're playing is fun. Video games are probably the only medium that allows people to do that. During the planning stage, since everything is in your head, you can really do anything. And it's all up to me, up to my imagination. So I can come up with anything, and it's so fun. When I give all my ideas to my people and they start putting things together, when I actually see the game coming together, it really is a gratifying moment.
This innovator has a consistent style that holds to form. His technique has been influenced by film directors like Akira Kurosawa and especially Alfred Hitchcock, switching between first-person POV and objective bird's-eye view to create tension and suspense. Hideo Kojima has become known for blending the cinematic technique with the latest gaming technology to create new levels of shared personal gaming experiences.
Back when I started in the industry, people said games and film were like water and oil, that they'd never mix. But that's changed. We now have a common language. Video games, film, music, everything has become so digital. And I think there will be a lot of blending going on. You'll see totally new discoveries sprouting out from the fusion of these things. Eventually, maybe even the word game might be gone. I don't think video games have reached that status yet. Film, movies, and novels, the good ones, in addition to entertaining people, they have positive effects. And I don't think video games have that effect yet. So hopefully, in the future, there will be video games out there that have this positive effect on people's lives, just like movies and novels.
You can be sure when that happens, Hideo Kojima will be at the front of the line having a positive effect on people. He shares his secret for worldwide success.
Video games are things that people play with, people use. So what I'd recommend is first you interact with different people out there. And then you should read a lot of novels, see a lot of movies. And try to establish as many virtual personalities within you as possible. Try to be these other people out there. So my piece of advice is to know people.
If you want to know more about the upcoming release of Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater, check back here inside the game. And don't forget to check out the latest Metal Gear Solid 3 trailer included in this issue.
In the forward-thinking world of video games, it's time to do something unusual. That is, look back. Available now for the PlayStation 2 is a nostalgia series for anyone who's out of diapers by 1980. Midway Arcade Treasures, a compilation of 20 of the best arcade games.
Producing and working with these games really brought back some memories from when I was in high school. You know, I would walk home, stop at the pizza parlor, I'd grab a soda, grab some change, and spend, half hour, an hour playing these games.
Sound familiar? Defender, Joust, and Gauntlet are just a few of the classic quarter crunchers that you can relive with this game.
For some people, it probably would be difficult to fight the urge to update these games. but we felt that we just wanted to keep it classic. We wanted to keep it to what people would remember.
And few remember better than these guys. Now elder statesmen of the biz, George Gomez and Mark Trammell designed some of the most pioneering arcade games back in the day. George remembers what it was like working on Spy Hunter, which is included on Midway Arcade Treasures.
We were this little development team that nobody paid attention to, sort of in a warehouse in the company. Like, it was just a bunch of guys with a passion for games that had talked the company into letting us try to work on games.
Let's go!
Mark was the man behind Smash TV, also included on Midway Arcade Treasures.
I knew Smash TV was going to be a classic game probably 2 weeks after I started the game.
Most features of the industry have changed, but the raw thrill of launching a new game existed then as it does now.
You know, put some great graphics up front, do really nice big explosions, sound effects, and hook the player early. When you'd walk in, you would hear big money, big prizes, bingo! So it was definitely an attention grabber.
An attention grabber that sucked you in, 1 quarter at a time.
My payoff was always going into the arcade and seeing kids, pumping money into the machine, enjoying it, looking around, laughing, smiling.
Designing for the arcade was different than it is for home play.
The arcades were inherently social. When a cool game was in an arcade, it had a crowd around it.
The thing that's changed the least over the last 20 years in game development is just the kind of the core requirement that you entice people along.
And that's just what these classic games figured out how to do, with simple ideas and simple controls.
It's very clear to the user what his mission is. A couple of buttons, one joystick, a few bad guys on the screen. It's very clear.
Even though the medium is different, the medium has evolved. I think that there's still entertainment value in the old stuff.
And they managed to create that enticement and entertainment with paltry technical horsepower.
Our tools were really primitive. Our art tools were, they were one step beyond coloring in grid paper. I had a roll of paper and I drew the road on this, and I just kept on rolling the paper and drawing the road. The hardware designer for Spy Hunter told me that I had 4,096 colors to select from, but I could only use 32 at a time.
Laughable by today's standards, but somehow these games still suck you in.
It's kind of like watching a great old movie. It's, you've seen it before, you've seen it 100 times. Maybe it doesn't have the spectacular special effects that a current version would have, but it still works great. It still tells a story.
And remember, there was little precedent for these games. Each one, like Smash TV, was creating its own new genre.
When we put that game into the arcades, it was expected that there would be bedlam. People would pump money into it, and indeed that's what happened.
And 15 years later, Mark is still blowing away players with innovation. He's creative director at Midway Sports. Sometimes he marvels at how far games have come.
Back in '88, '89, that's really when we first began to digitize images, digitizing textures for walls, faces, and so that was really kind of groundbreaking at the time.
We've gone from 3 or 4 man teams to 50-man teams. At bigger companies, 100-man teams, 150-man teams. I have no idea what it used to cost us to fund a 4-man team back then, but I'm sure it wasn't $12 million.
And those big bucks and big teams are making games better and better.
Well, I think the future of video games is incredibly bright. It's a very exciting time now because the technology, again, is about to quadruple over the previous generation.
I think the future of video games is going to be games that basically allow you to have this interactive experience with a movie, which is what we've been trying to do since day one.
excitement is in the air. People lined up around the block at Sony's Metreon Theater in San Francisco just to get a glimpse of Jet Li, world-renowned action star and star of the brand new video game Rise to Honor.
I made a lot of films already. This first video game. And I'm very excited to work on it with PlayStation 2. Usually you're watching a movie, the audience just watching. But this time the audience become director. They can control Jet Li. I'm still the actor. I do my job. So they can control Jet Li fighting with the bad guy.
The Metreon was the perfect location to unveil Rise to Honor because the San Francisco landmark happens to be the setting of one of the game's most exciting levels.
Hi everybody, I'm Jim Wallace. I'm the producer of Rise to Honor, and we're here at the Metreon in San Francisco. We actually use this location for parts of the video game, and you can tell by how cool this place is why we wanted to do that. In fact, there's a scene where the Jet Li character, Kit Yoon, and the female lead, Michelle, come running down this escalator, and they have their boss encounter right back here.
I am Sung Long.
I'll be Jet Li. So right in this area here, Jet comes in, a bunch of baddies surround him, and the action starts. One of the cool things about this area is that it's the first place in the game where you can do collaborative fighting. So all the player has to do is basically do a grab move on Michelle, just like you would on any other enemy, and then you're able to do these like long-distance collaborative attacks. All right, I need a female volunteer. So now I just take her, we swing her out, and she's kicking exactly just like that. Something like that, you get the idea. Michelle. This is one of the really unique looking areas of the Metreon, and we love that view out that way. And you can see the MoMA in the background, and it's really cool visually. And as he's coming down this catwalk, bad guys start coming across these beams and jumping over, and he's encountered with a fight right here in the middle. Also, one of the things graphically that we're doing in the game is that you can see the reflection of the fighting characters against this window. Came across really cool. So the best technique for getting through this area, grab hold of enemies, chuck them over the railing, and you'll have no problem getting through.
Outside, the anticipation was really building as some fans had been waiting hours to get a glimpse of the Rise to Honor star.
We come all the way from Oakland to get involved with Jet Li and get his autograph and all of this.
Yeah, I want his autograph, man.
Standing here for like 2.5 hours.
I will do flips to meet Jet Li. I swear I will.
And I'll watch him do flips to meet Jet Li.
You just like anything high action. If you love Jet Li, if you love his movies, this game with the lick right here, I love it.
Fighting style in the game looks tight, so yeah, I think it's gonna be a good game.
Probably the best fighting game I've played in a while.
Since Rise to Honor is styled after classic Hong Kong action films, it was only fitting that the crowd got a chance to see and play the game in the IMAX theater.
Welcome to Sony's official launch of Rise to Honor. So our fight system is based on the ability to attack people coming at you from any direction, okay? To be able to launch pinpoint attacks anywhere in 360-degree space. I hope you guys enjoy. Oh.
Hey, everybody. I'm always be the actor, but this time, you're the director.
As the crowd enjoyed the game on the 80-foot screen, we got a chance to sit down with Jet and find out why he wanted to make video games.
I already dreaming about one day I'm become very old man, like a 60, 70-year-old man. I cannot fight on the screen anymore. But the technology maybe can help me motion capture my movement when I'm still young. So in that way, maybe one day you can still use the motion capture to make another video game or maybe movie. We never know in the future the technology maybe really can help the old man become young men fighting on the screen or videos. I think this is my dream.
For those who weren't lucky enough to make it in for the IMAX screening, there were plenty of other opportunities to preview the game. And For those fans who waited for hours to meet their favorite superstar, they were not disappointed as Jet took the time to sign a few autographs and talk with his fans about the game.
The basic idea is Jet Li movement. We need to know, we need some signature move. Let the player, when they play the game, they know right away that's the Jet Li. After that, we need to do different levels to create a different kind of movement. For both sides, we learn each other. We know how to make movies, but we didn't know how to make a game. But they know how to make a game, but they don't know martial arts. So, like a whole teamwork.
So check out Rise to Honor, available now for the PlayStation 2.
stillness and silence through the night. What a thrill. I'm searching and I'll melt into you. What a fear in my heart, but you're so supreme.
Someday you go through the rain. And someday you'll feed on a tree frog. It's ordeal, the trial to survive. For the day we see new light.
love sports, but you gotta know what games are right for you. Same with computer and video games. That's why parents have to make sure each game is right for their kids. How? Check the rating. Every computer and video game has a rating symbol that tells you what age group the game is best for. There's also a content label that tells you what's in the game. When you check the rating, the control's in your hands. See? You gotta play the game that's right for you.
I didn't need right in the mailbox. That's no good.
Paperboy, he doesn't write the news, he just delivers it. Send me the bill. Boy, what a headache.
Looking for a passenger?
Homicide. Murder's a new trick. Congratulations.
I did not murder him.
Want to explain why you were hiding at the crime scene?
I did not murder him.
He made you angry.
I did not murder him!
My robots don't kill people. That thing threw somebody out of a window. Is that registering with you?
We are on the eve of the largest robotic distribution in history. There will be one robot to every 5 humans.
There is no conspiracy.
Somehow, I told you so doesn't quite say it. Get off my car! Homicide.
All right, Luther, I'm in. Where's the telecom box?
There's a courtyard up ahead. You'll see it as you walk in. Hack it, and I'll have a peek around their system. That should get us inside.
right, all is well.
Ethan, make sure you hide the bodies. Security's tight in this area.
All right, all is well. All right, all is well.
Good work, Ethan. Data sniffers are up and running. I'm scanning files for subject's location. Stand by.
Copy that. And how's our friend from Virginia doing? She make the drop yet?
Well, sort of.
What do you mean, sort of?
She thought she got made by a guard. She got a little skittish. She dropped the gear at the garbage dump instead of at the drop site.
What?
Oh, Ethan, it's okay. We'll get it out of there, don't worry.
First in her class at Quantico, huh?
Go easy, Ethan. She did the right thing.
She all right?
Yeah, she's coming in.
Good. Give her a monitor. Have her watch and learn.
Will do. I'm routing the security camera feed through your remote camera viewer so you can get a look ahead. Done. Security on the door has been neutralized, but you'll need to finish the job on your end.
is gone. Blood!
You just connected with me, didn't you? You can see visions. Relax. Although I guess that's easier said than done. Are you all right?
I just got shot, but...
I understand. Listen, you have to come with me. You're not safe here. Follow me. This red water is now coursing through your veins, in place of all the blood you lost. You have the water to thank for your recovery. I know you're still shaky, but you will be better soon. I'm so relieved. It was any more. Anyway, we must hurry now. Close your eyes. Relax and look for me in your thoughts. Yourself. They are no longer human. Be careful. It will be a while until you can move freely. Please, follow me. What are you doing? Over here. Wait here. Come over when I call you. I'm concentrating on our surroundings, so I can't watch over you the whole time. Eventually, you'll be able to feel me calling you. get through this. Don't put on the light. They'll find us. Do it alone. Pull me on.
Yeah. Hey!
Please. Over here.
Are you okay?
Can't you walk a bit more slowly?
I'm losing you.
What do you mean?
I can't see unless I use my cherub.
Oh. Are you... Your eyes? Miyako, you still have more to do. You know that we can't proceed without you. Won't be long before someone takes a trip to the other side then. The other side? It looks like you've been taking good care of my sister. Thanks for that. Your sister? Hey!
Let's go. Look at me.
This product has been brought to you by Bandai America Incorporated. Aki Corporation. CRI Middleware Company Limited.
Ultimate Muscle Generations!
Versus mode. Manitoban. Kevin Mask.
King Muscle. Hanzo. Please do not throw anything into the ring during the match.
Greetings from the Grand Canyon, where we are mere moments away from a match that may well be remembered for 1,000,000 years. Okay, maybe not 1,000,000, but at least a few months.
I can hardly wait for the bell. In fact, I can't. Hand me something to throw at it, would you? I'm gonna try and ring it from here.
Red corner, Kevin Mask.
And there's the bell!
Hey, I wonder how this one's gonna turn out.
Looks like they're tangled up together. What will happen next? They're entangled.
I'm not getting out of this one.
Superhero powers maxed out. Now that's nice ground technique.
No moment of relief.
Will this be a special move? They're entangled. Tea time out with T-Pack.
Wonder they have room for one more.
And they've resumed the match.
Maple Leaf Lock. Canadian. Backbreaker! It's over, tough guy!
Here we go! Superhero powers maxed out! He got him!
I'm not getting out of this one! Of the match. Wow, talk about intense. That was exhausting just to watch. Don't you think, Doc? I imagine victory never tasted so sweet.
Product not yet rated.
The Star Wars universe has continually been one of the most vivid and exciting environments for players and game designers alike. This fall, LucasArts and Pandemic Studios emerged from hyperspace to present Star Wars Battlefront, one of the most epic and highly anticipated Star Wars-based games ever created.
Star Wars Battlefront is a totally different type of Star Wars game.
You're building your own Star Wars fantasy. You're picking your own characters.
You can be a stormtrooper, a rebel pilot, a clone trooper, battle droid.
Really, at the core of what this game is recreating the great battles.
Any battle you've seen from any Star Wars movie will be in the game. You watch the movies for such a long time, now you get to actually play the battles in a whole new way.
We've captured a command post.
Star Wars Battlefront combines the best of first-person and third-person action games because you can play from both perspectives. In addition, gamers can choose from several modes of play: single player, the innovative multiplayer Galactic Conquest mode, and even online.
In Galactic Conquest, what you do is you take on the role of one team or one side, for example, the Rebels, and you're trying to take over the whole galaxy. And you move from planet to planet.
One part you might be a Wookiee, and then the next part you might be a droid, and the next part you might be a stormtrooper. So you have just this huge volume of material to really build your own non-linear story. This is introducing a whole new kind of gameplay for Star Wars gamers with multiplayer combat.
What really makes Galactic Conquest mode exciting is that it allows up to 16 players to engage in battles online and up to 32 players over a local area network.
Star Wars Battlefront is a great online game, and what makes it a blast is it gives you the ability to play your buddies in these huge epic battles.
You'll log on and you'll see a list of servers that are out there. You can also start your own server.
If you want to play the Battle of Hoth, it's one way to play it single player, but it's a whole new experience when you play it with your friends.
I think you're going to have a huge online community that's going to be building around this game.
Gamers who don't want to go the multiplayer route can select single-player skirmish mode.
We also have a very robust single-player mode. It's very pick up and play. Campaign mode actually sets you up in a historical context of the Star Wars films, where you can now fight, starting with the prequels, and fight your way through the Battle of Geonosis, and then end up all the way to the Battle of Endor.
That's called a historical campaign, and I think that's probably going to be the #1 way people play this game from a single-player standpoint.
Destroy the shield bunker.
One thing that's sure to excite fans and players alike is that Battlefront will be the very first Star Wars game to feature playable worlds from all 6 chapters of the Star Wars saga, including a never-before-seen planet from Star Wars Episode 3.
It's not just classic era, it's not just new, but it's literally everything.
It covers the totality of the Star Wars experience. We actually will have planets from all 6 Star Wars movies, including Episode 3.
Those familiar with the iconic vehicles and weaponry in the Star Wars universe will marvel at the game's inclusion of an armada of Imperial AT-ATs, TIE fighters, and speeder bikes, as well as the workhorses of the Rebel Alliance.
We have over 20 different vehicles in Star Wars Battlefront. Of course, we'll have an X-Wing, Y-Wing, TIE fighter, TIE bomber. We'll have the AT-AT, AT-ST, speeder bike. So those are some of the classic vehicles. From the new movies, we'll have the Republic gunship, some of the battle tanks like the AAT.
Battlefront players will be able to take on the role of up to 4 different character types among the Star Wars galaxy's 4 largest factions: Rebel Alliance, Clone Army, Imperial Army, and Droid Army.
In addition to those 4 basic classes for each side, there are 2 special classes. For the Imperials, there is an Imperial Dark Trooper. He's a sort of a beefed-up stormtrooper with a jetpack. For the battle droids, for example, there is a destroyer droid, or droideka. He's a very interesting unit. I think that's something that we can only get in a Star Wars game.
One of the things that makes Rebels special are Wookiees. Everyone loves Wookiees, everyone loves Chewbacca. One of the characters you can play in the Rebels is as a Wookiee. When you're playing as a Wookiee, your special ability is the ability to repair, vehicles that are in the field.
With infinite open-ended outcomes and the gamer's ability to always find a battle in progress online, the creative team behind the game has made replayability an integral factor in the game's design and appeal.
This game is just jam-packed with replayability because there's no set outcome. The way you play the game determines how the game's going to end.
Destroy the shield bunker.
You can play every campaign as a rebel and then go back and play as an Imperial.
And then in multiplayer, of course, that's where replayability really comes in. You could play this game for months and months and months on end, and you'll never repeat the exact same experience.
We've captured a command post.
With Episode 3, the highly anticipated final chapter in the Star Wars saga just around the corner, Star Wars Battlefront is sure to give gamers and fans alike the ultimate Star Wars experience.
We've all watched the movies and seen the battles for a long time, but now it gives you a chance to kind of live the battles in a whole new way.
There is a full experience in this game.
Our reinforcements are being depleted.
Back when the Metal Gear Solid 2 trailer was shown at E3 in 2000, there was a standing ovation. Now it's time for the next generation, Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater.
Just playing the game for the first 5 minutes, you'll notice that Metal Gear Solid 3 is totally different from the previous ones. First of all, the setting will be the jungle. It'll be caves, it'll be the mountains, different settings. And the time setting will be the 1960s, when espionage was the big thing, when spies were spies. And doing all this spying in the jungle, I guess what you'll see the most is trying to hide yourself from the enemy, and the enemy trying to find you. This element of espionage will be so much stronger than any previous Metal Gear Solid. In the previous Metal Gear Solid games, the only enemies were human. But as Solid Snake in Metal Gear Solid 3, you actually have to survive in this natural environment first, before you get to the human enemies. For example, if you're in the mountains when you're climbing up a slope, your stamina is going to be affected. You're going to be tired more easily. And you'll also be affected by the weather and temperature. Like if it's cold, you might start losing your energy.
To power back up, you'll need to go hunting. Lunch might be an alligator or a frog, and of course the title-making snake. But as usual, there's a signature Kojima twist.
You're in the jungle and you'll see animals around. You can actually hunt these animals and eat them for food. But not only can you capture animals to eat, you can also capture them and use them as weapons. For example, you could grab a snake and maybe throw it at an enemy.
So it's snake eating and snake throwing combined to help battle the environment and the enemy. But you better not forget to be stealthy.
If you just stop, look around, hear something from the side, look in that direction, you'll see something. It might be an enemy, and if the enemy sees you, he's going to attack you.
And that's something to be avoided. Fortunately, the MGS crew has you covered in at least 5 different ways. And you get to paint your face.
A really big theme in Metal Gear Solid 3 is camouflage. Depending on where you are, depending on what kind of vegetation there is around you, you'll be changing your gear so that the enemies won't be spotting you as easily. If you don't change your gear, depending on where you are, they're going to find you.
And where they find you will be more natural and realistic than ever before. The environment gives a whole new meaning to Welcome to the Jungle.
Even with the drawing power of PlayStation 2, it was really hard to come up with an entire jungle with a natural environment. something that most video games have avoided. To create such a detailed, natural environment, we ended up renewing the graphics engine and the gameplay engine as well. When you actually step into the jungle and when you're standing there, that sense of presence, you really feel like you're in a jungle.
You'll also feel like you're really in the 60s. It's not an Orwellian time machine thing, but you'll be back in the 60s anyway, man.
I was born in the 60s, so it really wasn't that distant of a past for me. But many of the guys on my team are young. They were born in the 70s. And for them, it was really hard for them to sort of get a grasp of what the 60s were like. We've read a lot of books and seen all the films from the 60s and listened to the music, and even studied the fashion of the 60s.
It's the age-old thrill of the chase that makes Snake Eater one of the truly great games of all time.
I probably shouldn't be saying this because it's my own, but the gameplay I think is going to be awesome, especially with the element of trying to be hidden from the enemy and the enemy trying to find you. That element is just going to stand out so strongly and vividly in this game. The level of tension in this game is something you've never experienced before. I'm like, can I really release this game with all this tension? You know, it's going to be so exciting and scary in that sense. Maximum level of tension. I really think people should look forward to that.
Launch of PlayStation titles generating as much buzz as a Hollywood blockbuster, the PlayStation Store at the Metreon has become the perfect venue to give Tinseltown a run for its money. The store recently played host to everyone from die-hard fans to casual gamers to celebrate such titles as Resident Evil Outbreak, SOCOM 2 U.S. Navy SEALs, Jet Li's Rise to Honor, and Final Fantasy XI.
Back in October of last year, we wanted to do something different for our events. We were doing pretty much the same thing over and over again, and a casual conversation in the office, someone said, you know, hey, you should dress up the store like a level in the game. So when we started planning for SOCOM 2, that's basically what we did. We dressed up the store like it was a jungle, and that's where we've been at ever since.
Last February, Jet Li himself stopped by the store to interact with fans and enjoy the launch of Rise to Honor.
When we start looking at the design process, the company that I work with thought dressing up the store like a Chinatown motif would work out best. And having Jet Li on top of that was just the icing on the cake. So for me personally, the amount of work that went into it behind the scenes and during the event, that would be my personal favorite.
With the anticipation for Final Fantasy XI at a fever pitch, a special midnight sale was arranged for those eager to be among the first to purchase the game.
We knew that was going to be a big one, and we were real excited about the hard disk drive. So the events that we've had in the past for Final Fantasy have been our most popular. I think for them, be here in the store for 4 hours, play the game, and be able to brag not only that they can buy the game at midnight, but to say that they were one of the first people to play it. I think that's the biggest draw for the consumer.
For the first time ever, US gamers will be able to enter the world of Vana'diel online by utilizing Sony's exclusive hard disk drive in Final Fantasy XI.
It's probably the greatest thing for the Final Fantasy series is to be able to interact with other people. In that interaction, you find a story of your own instead of a set storyline of characters.
We figured out that we wanted to deck out the store in specific worlds throughout Final Fantasy. We had a lot of people dress up and had a little contest to top the night off. I thought it worked out really well.
The costume contest gave fans a chance to win exclusive prizes. Everyone had an opinion on which outfit was their favorite.
Yeah, I like Squall.
Auron from Final Fantasy X.
It's Hexer from Final Fantasy VI.
Definitely Zeldinch from Final Fantasy VIII.
It's basically kind of like my ideal me when I grow up.
Hi everyone, my name is Cheryl and I'm Kane from Final Fantasy X too.
My name is Melanie and as you all know, I am dressed up as Chocobo. And if you give me noise, I will work for you.
I made the whole thing myself. It's actually my first costume that I made.
Everybody was so great. I actually didn't expect to win at all.
The PlayStation Store prides itself on being a complete world for gamers, offering players a place to test drive the latest titles. But on this night, the store itself truly came alive.
Yeah, it was a chemical release, something out in the woods, some sort of biotoxin or something. Just sketchy reports right now.
Please, no more questions. We're going to interrogate it. Come on.
I'm actually here to check the outbreak. Some scientist in the laboratory decided to tinker and make himself play God. This is what happens. Now they send us to clean up the mess. The thing is, there are still some zombies running around somewhere. You guys had better be careful, all right?
People walk in listening to the music, seeing the gameplay, hopefully tonight seeing the zombies and really getting excited about the game. That's the fun part, seeing how excited the people get about the game when they come in here.
With such a large gathering of Resident Evil fans in one place, the PlayStation Store gave several gamers the opportunity to sound off about their favorite parts of the series.
Killing zombies. Actually, no, I like the searching around a lot.
The online capability is going to probably, blow everything else out of the water because it's something about cooperative play that just gets me.
One lucky fan even won an authentic Screen Use movie prop from the upcoming Resident Evil motion picture.
I just won this awesome Resident Evil Apocalypse movie prop. It's so cool. They gave me the game, the strategy guide. I'm just too happy.
So if your travels bring you to San Francisco, be sure and stop by the PlayStation Store at the Metro for a truly interactive experience. And don't forget to check out SOCOM 2 U.S. Navy SEALs, Final Fantasy XI, Jet Li's Rise to Honor, and Resident Evil Outbreak, available now for the PlayStation 2.
Don't worry, I won't make an outbreak for this city. Not yet.
Product not yet rated.
The journey begins, starts from within, things that I need to know. The song of the bird echoed in word.
Who do you think's covering up the battle?
Listen, the only thing across that ocean is Murska Air Base. That's Yuktobanian territory.
Yuktobania just declared war. They've launched an offensive simultaneously, too.
But haven't we been allies with the Ukes since the war 15 years ago?
Captain's probably hating this more than anybody. He used to have a lady friend over in Yuktobania.
That's just an old war wound now.
Captain, 2 enemy planes on your 6.
We can't defend the area with just 4 planes. Oh yeah, just weave through the missiles. What are you, nuts? On my nose. On your right. Hey, Grim, that's yours. I'm going down.
We can't let them crush our chance for peace.
That's what I hate about war. No matter who starts it, it always comes to this.
When history witnesses a great change, Groud's Greaves reveals itself.
First, as a dark demon. As a demon, it uses its power to rain death upon the land, and then it dies. However, after a period of slumber, Rosgreaves returns. These people may well be the story I was looking for all this time. In fact, I was sure of it.
Audio log, December 5th, MedLab 6, Dr. R. Green.
Today is an exciting day as we embark on a new chapter in human genetics. I am extremely anxious to see the data. Understanding this new genome may lead to a renaissance in bioengineering. We have successfully brought the subject into cryostasis. Preliminary testing of the tissue has begun and has yielded some rather interesting results. We believe the bile ducts along the abdomen may function as some sort of defense mechanism, possibly secreting a pathogen or toxin when threatened. Conventional genetic analysis of the pathogen suggests that it uses reverse transcription to infect new cells. It appears to be mutating rather quickly and unpredictably. Stand by. Everything is going extremely well.
Team 2. It all started when some large creature attacked us. Creature? That was an alien. Here they come again. Assistance. Repeat. We could use some assistance. Anybody out there? My God, can anybody hear me?
Castle Frankenstein cannot withstand Dracula's destructive power. If you find yourself in need of a quick escape, make haste to the courtyard. There you will find the most efficient form of transport.
This way! Hurry!
Anna, are you all right? How did you...
Never mind that now. There isn't time. Easy, boys.
Wait, he saved my life. We can't leave him behind.
Who said we were? He was knocked unconscious, but he will survive. Now come, we can't lose another moment.
To access Castle Dracula, you must first find the secret passage to the forest ruins. The very same that the Hunchback calls his home.
お主か。いいじゃろう。お主を呼んだのはの何やら嫌な予感がするのじゃ。どうやらこの水辺に不吉なことが起きているようじゃ。古くからこの水辺はさまざまな危機を乗り越えてきた。さて、お主に頼みたいことがある。そうはいかん。嫌とは言わせん。水辺に危機迫るとき、主の証となる根付けを集め収めよ。この言葉を聞いたことあるじゃろう。お主にはわしの使いとして根付けを集めてもらう。主を探し、その証を受け取る。これだけのことじゃ。まあよい。分かった分かった。とにかくお主の力を見せてもらうことにしよう。まずはそうじゃな、その辺を泳いでみてくれるか。バカにしているわけではないぞ。 お主が泳げることは知っておる。×ボタンを押し続けるだけで前へと泳いでいくはずじゃ。×ボタンを連打すれば早く泳げることも知っておるな。ほらほら、ささっとやってみせてくれんかの。よしよし、もういいじゃろ。泳ぎは全ての基本じゃからな。次は向こうに行ってみようかの。柵をジャンプで越えるんじゃ。水面で左スティックを下に倒して×ボタンを押すんじゃ。行きたい方向を向くのを忘れないようにな。わしは先に行っておるからの、すぐに追いかけるんじゃぞ。思ったよりすぐに来たの。なかなかやるもんじゃ。さて、お主が生きていくためには誰かを食べなければならん。とはいえ、そう簡単に食べられるわけではないぞ。お主が生きたいのと同じように獲物たちも生きたいのじゃ。まずは L1 ボタンを押して近くのものにロックオンじゃ。L1 ボタンを押したまま×ボタンで泳いで近づいて四角ボタンを押すと食べることができるのじゃ。お、ちょうどお主の好きそうな魚が泳いでおるようじゃ。あれを食べるところを見せてくれんかの。そうじゃ、うまいもんじゃの。食べるとお腹が膨れる。何気にすることはない。弱肉強食は生きる者の定めじゃ。お腹がすくとすぐに体力が減っていくから注意するんじゃぞ。動かずにじっとしていれば体力が回復するのは知っておるな。まあとにかくお腹と体力には気をつけることじゃ。お、大きな魚が出てきたの。これも食べられるはずじゃ。大きな魚はすぐには飲み込めないんじゃ。四角ボタンで噛みついてから左右にスティックを動かすと獲物が弱ってきて操作ガイドが食べるに変わるんじゃ。ガイドが食べるに変わったらもう一度四角ボタンを押すんじゃ。のんびりしていると逃げられてしまうからの。さあ、お主にできるか見せてもらおうかの。 べられたようじゃの。それだけできれば上出来じゃ。これまでに食べた生き物はポーズメニュー獲物図鑑で見ることができるんじゃ。感謝の念を忘れんようにな。食べられる生き物にはたくさんの種類があるからの。獲物図鑑を全部埋めるのは大変じゃろうって。さて、生き物すべてが食べられるものとは限らん。中にはお主を釣るために仕掛けられたルアーもあるんじゃ。ルアーと生き物を見分けるのは難しいもんじゃ。どうしてもルアーを食べてしまうことになるじゃろう。いいか、ルアーであっても諦めてしまうことはないぞ。ルアーから逃れるには2つの方法があるんじゃ。1つずつ教えるからきちんと覚えるんじゃぞ。まず1つ目はルアーを操っている釣り糸を切ることじゃ。基本的には釣り糸が引かれている方向の逆に泳いでいくんじゃ。そうするとだんだん釣り糸が弱っていくからの。ちょっと練習してみるかの。そうじゃそうじゃ、うまいもんじゃの。よし、次じゃ。ちゃんと聞いておるか。実際には引っ張るだけで釣り糸を切るのは難しいんじゃ。そこで役に立つのがお主の尾ひれなんじゃよ。ある程度釣り糸を弱らせてからぐっと引っ張ってみるとこんな感じになるんじゃ。ここですかさず丸ボタンじゃ。うまくいくと尾ひれで叩いて釣り糸を切ることができるんじゃ。まあやってみるのが一番じゃな。ちょっと試してみるかの。おお、できたようじゃの。やはりただものではないの。釣り糸を切ることができるとルアーが手に入るんじゃ。手に入れたルアーはお主のものじゃ。ポーズメニュールアー図鑑でお主のルアーを見られるからの。よし、もう一つの方法を教えようかな。今度の方法はお主の体からルアーを外す方法じゃ。ルアーにかかってしまったら水上にジャンプして四角ボタンじゃ。首を振ってうまくいけばルアーが外れるからの。ただしジャンプすると釣り糸が巻かれてしまって釣られやすくなってしまうんじゃ。気をつけるんじゃぞ。よし、練習してみるかの。